to part 3 of Marvel Avengers 5 here. So in this part, we're gonna get to lack of insight, and do that area score site to those stuff, and we're also going to be seeing how much after. I know the fact we are fix that. Yeah, we'll take all that. Hold on, let this gutsy plan and I'll explain. So, basically, hopefully it was not to hear it out, but tune that up a little bit. Okay. So they will actually bring the route down in New Fall, but so for this level, how free play is going to mean the story is going to work. First, let's start at the bat. There's actually no mini kits here. There is no mini kits we can get here. So, on story. The good news about this level is we can skip majority of it almost. Somewhat on free play, but this thing will give us studs, but our first main guy is actually not here. It'll actually be in the second scene where we can get all of them except for stand in the character. And trust me, we're doing this whole scene. So how we're gonna do this is we're gonna jump cut from the second scene to the third scene. obviously what I said before. There's really nothing you can really do here. No mini kits. There we go. So yeah, we should be done with the first scene in just a minute. There's actually going to be a difference when us do this on free play. So technically this is where the red brick is as well. So on story, the scene will actually end once you get up here. So technically this ends the first scene I did say. However, when you go on free play, you actually you have to walk through the door on free play. So
Rogers demanded an explanation from Director Fury and was told about Project Insight, a plan to supposedly protect the world by connecting 3 helicarriers together. Disliking the idea because it would mean bringing the world control of fear, Cap soon found himself on the run with Black Widow and his new friend, the Falcon. Together, they learned that high-ranking World Security Council member Alexander Pierce had turned his back on Fury and was going to use Project Insight to allow Hydra to rule the world. Oh, and then they ran into the Winter Soldier.
So yeah. So our mini kits in this part we can do. So this is where the start of the mini kits are. So we'll just make it very quickly and get it done. First I'll break all the things around and make a giant knot. And do that. Okay, we do want to continue the story because there's actually 3 mini kits here, not just. So we can't save Stan because of this reason alone. So after you defeat them all, what should happen is we're gonna have to wait about a second. Then this will happen. So we actually have a chance to get 2 mini kits. We need 1 mini kit. So what we're gonna do is push this over. It's gonna give us this item. By the way, this is the second scene. I'm gonna just jump from here. Instead of me doing the whole thing. Just the final scene, but that'll be after we do the hot world. So instead, we want to use the reflection of the weapon onto the statue so we can get the minikit reveal. This should happen, and this should give us the next one. So instead of us dealing with the Winter Soldier right away with the rocket, we want to shoot one here, one right here, one right there, and then final one right here. This will give us a minikit. This is all the cloud we can do here, and we're at the 3rd scene.
and his friends reunited with Maria Hill and Nick Fury to come up with a plan to stop Project Insight. Their only hope was to reprogram helicarriers so they would destroy each other, ending Hydra's evil schemes. After many grueling battles, Cap and the Falcon approached the final helicarrier console, but found the Winter Soldier standing in their way.
Mm-hmm. So we're gonna actually save it here. So, or at least sadly, the only part I didn't like about this is how, yeah, you have to actually do this part to get the collectibles done. So we're just gonna hurry up and get the collectible, meaning above. Because sadly, we cannot get any miniquits here. We are forced to do this. Okay. Like, it's so funny that I feel like, I like how bad we have to fly for that. We're gonna first get both sides open up, and we're gonna just fly over there as Falcon. So after you pull ball, you need to do is move, and then we're gonna get to the Winter Soldier's boss fight. The problem is the last collectible in this level is at his boss fight. The last two he has at. So you can see there's that. Yeah. Basically the lamest boss fight you're gonna have. Okay, so we're gonna go from here to Manhattan. Not Manhattan, Washington DC. The reason why we cannot because we need to do the story levels to unlock a certain class. I have to bring that. I have to go read really quick.
Sure didn't see that one coming. Oh, but it's okay. I got a new job. I need to worry about you. Captain America and Falcon fell from the helicarrier into the water, but were saved by Bucky. Maybe there's hope for him after all? You're probably wondering how I know all this. Well, let's just say I live in ecstasy, and I'm kind of losing it. Do you want me to write this down?
finally get our first untapping with Washington. So, and then we're gonna go ahead and do free play for this level, and then we're gonna go from there. I do want to apologize. We're gonna see this cutscene a very good amount of times. So yeah, we're gonna be doing this. Let's see. I'm done cutting ones in the cars. You know what? So yeah. In my original one, when I did Washington, I had to actually go back in the next part because I accidentally forgot a quest. Okay, so you cannot flip characters yet anytime. However, for us to flip characters to do stuff in this area, we're gonna actually come here, flip this pad. The reason why we have to did Washington first, doesn't matter who you flip to. Matters is you flip to a character, then you can flip anytime. So the reason we had to do lack of insight is because of the Winter Soldier not being here. And by the way, the buns will lock up when you touch the grass. That's the sign. Alright, so that's the first little break in this area. So we're going to actually start by... We'll do the race over there in a minute. Start by doing Crystal.
So many nitpicks. Much to choose. My husband and I had a fight the other day. I won't bore you with the details. Let's just say marriages have never been a strong point for me. Anyway, I thought I'd get the souvenir to help smooth things over. Maybe a folk selfie in front of the Washington Monument would fit the bill. It'd be even better if I could get a shot with all the water fountains on at once. I tried using my powers to manipulate them, but can't quite get it right.
I think our Cutley was 1, 4.
I think each switch controls multiple fountains. There must be some kind of trick to it.
And then 2. Right. 3. Yeah. There you go.
There, you got it. Roll out the green die. Take the picture.
You need to play as normal version.
That should keep the other half happy for a while. And if it doesn't, then I guess I'll just get another husband.
So what you need to do is do that. A quest should open up behind us, but we'll worry about that one in a minute. Alright, so what we're gonna do is I think we'll use Iron Man. I don't care. Let me just hit it like this now. Okay. So what we're gonna have to do is go around and hit this. So it wasn't actually, it said it was stone. But there was like a lot of people in Shield that were Hydra members. So yeah, after you hit them all, you should unlock the Washington Monument after we head over there. So before we head inside to it, we'll actually do Bucky's quest. Or the Winter Soldier. Because there shouldn't be too much we have to do here. Yeah, so that's why I should have done as like Red Skull or Iron Skull, mainly Iron Skull. Because you can do both. The Avengers pad and that. You do have to kind of be. Probably might have to scan one of these for a good while. Depending on if you do it right. This will give us the last version of Airman Zola. So, right? Alright. And then it should end the class. Alright, so that's it. So you go down here. We have a couple collectibles down here to do. First of all, before we do that Hydra one, the only quest we have down here of Hydra is, of course, with no, so it should be over here on the pin. Should be, yep. So to get it unlocked, we do the Speedster. So we'll actually play a speed, I think. If I can remember where speed is. That's funny over there. There's speed. Right next to it. So yeah. So the good news is, no this class we do actually have to fight, but also we have one more quest. Like we have to put out fires. That's one. But so before we do Air and Zola quest, we'll have a couple more to do. Like I mentioned, we do need a Frost character. So we By the way, thanks to us doing the Age of Ultron story, thanks to us finishing that story, we were at, we'll just, like, whoever in our way is. Yeah, you do get Loki, thanks to her completing the Avengers story. And then for the character, you go into this back room, and you want to at least flip. See, if you were going to do this one co-op, you would want to use Iron Man, and then you want to use that. So technically, I wouldn't be free playing these areas right now, because the only reason is stuff. Doesn't matter what version. So, you mean you have to click that and then yes. And then after. Then after you do it. And that should be done down here. Alright. So next on our list, we do have to fight the wizard. But so before I fight the wizard, we're gonna actually play and do this race very quick. Instead of using a card, we're just gonna use the fast character. Honestly, that's like the only problem. There's actually one race you will possibly use a card because of a ram. It may happen, but you literally don't even need to at all. Play as any, like, seriously. The problem being with this is we only have two more presses. I mean, three more? Yeah, three more presses. One of them involves fighting. But we're first going to get the character now. To get the character, we need to just defeat the wizard. So we're gonna go ahead and save stand now. Doesn't matter who we use. All we gotta do is break these platforms. And then we just have to wait until Stan gets across and then we save him. So we're gonna move on. We're gonna go ahead and use Spider-Man's. Grab the whole guy. That's so weird, but okay, here's the brick. Now we're gonna actually go across and we're gonna get done with this. So we are going to go ahead and play as Gap for this because we have to burn out 3 fires. And basically, this was supposed to be a morality lesson. Okay, so kind of better off. We should have played as Lucky for this. Okay, yeah, we'll flip to Loki very quick. There was Loki. And we're playing with the guys at the ship doing this. And so yeah, it'll be much quicker than us just using Cap shield. I'm doing a little side thing very quick while we're at it. We go brick. Yeah, the problem being with this is so now you have to put out his fire and then it'll be the end of the class. So what we're gonna be doing is then I think we have to fight Novak, but not Novak, but you have to fight Pastors. And of course. So what should happen is behind us, the big quest will open up. So we're gonna actually play as Dormammu. I'm gonna go ahead and buy how much carrots we have, so I don't have to go look around for any of the carrots, like and all that. So, there you go, that should be set. I'm gonna play as Dormammu for this one. This is an R fighting quest, and then we're done with fighting quests. And then we're just gonna have to just do one more quest where it's a collectible and stuff. And then we're doing free play. And then we're gonna be on Ready Aim Fire. So yeah. The problem with this quest I do have is you have to seriously to make sure it's not like 3 separate fights. They end up doing this slam move. It would have been kind of nice if Novik was also here fighting them with you. Then he should bring up a line about this. After doing that. Honestly, they're gonna put you in a bad light picture if they took jury duty, so. So what we're gonna do is we have to actually break. Yeah, 4 gold ones. So, honestly. The good news is, I'm gonna end with. I think we're gonna do the race after, and I'm gonna hurry up a new can, Brennan, and then we're gonna just do everything else around Washington. In my original last part, I was actually going to do this place. Main fire in this place and then end it there, but yeah, when I was doing it, it was like pretty late for me, and I said, okay, you know what, I can't do it. Like, if I do it, I was gonna have not a good morning. I usually tend to get up early because I got stuff to do, you know, and then take a nap. But I'm doing this. Shouldn't be too worried about it. In this part, by the way, I'm gonna hopefully see how much we can get done. At least I'm hoping to try to get to Barnes Farm, get it done, and the free play level you were posted, story level you had to do for it. That's all I'm hoping for. Like, do that, and then, but if I have spare time, I might do the next level. Yeah, because in the next part, I'm hoping just to finish the game by doing, of course, story, free play, on the last 2 levels, the 2 areas, and Manhattan, so that would be total, like, I don't know how long. It depends on how you do it. Oh yeah, right, we're skipping a character. I forgot Songbird was here. It was the siren you had to do with Hawkeye.
However, here's my enemies have gotten wise to my weakness. My precious flasks have been stolen. Please, do me a huge favor for them. Would you like to see a picture of my great grandchildren? What did I say? Of course you do. Step up a little, old boy. In the world, there's always coffee. I get a pretty good feeling nothing out of the ordinary is going to happen today. Have you come across any of my flasks? Please, you've got to hurry. It's been at least half an hour since my last cup of tea. Step up a little, old boy. In the world, there's always coffee.
So yeah, the last character technically here for us to get was Songbird. You had to do was with Hawkeye. Hit 2 targets. And
Got to hurry. Oh, you found them.
let me say in a minute.
I was going to have to pop a plane back to Blighty to put another batch. Wait a second. I can fly. It's been incredibly easy. But then when you've lost a bunch of perfectly good flasks, I want an excuse to eat this.
So yeah, that's that quest. Okay, so we're gonna do free play now. This level goes correlated to this. So I said I'm gonna jump cut this twice, so you're gonna see that cutscene twice, and then we're gonna be doing Ready Aim Fire. For Ready Aim Fire, we're actually jump cutting 3 times. Ridiculous, I know. So there's 5 minikits, 1 character, and then the rest at then. This should seem about right. I possibly could have missed one, but that's guaranteed not because I do remember this level. So yeah, we're gonna not be too long. So now what's gonna be different about this is gonna be about the collector. So the good news about this level is we can at least skip most of this level. Thanks to us playing as Fly Supplier. Man. So we're gonna start by getting up here. And we're gonna get ourselves our Frost Carrier, Loki. Obviously, you wouldn't be able to do free play right away for these levels until you did, if you did have DLC, you needed to wait until you had, say it, that's the first make here, so yeah, there you go, because there's still, like, where I did this, because of what I mentioned with RAM, this wasn't here, so I had to, like, reload the whole thing. You wouldn't be able to get the first, mini kit on, you wouldn't be able to start free playing until you did no string bending. We have to actually come in here because we have one reason. To get our first minikit, next minikit, We do actually have to cause the bugs to be down. So this will give us the third mini-kit.
You think it is so easy to defeat me?
That's funny that it says that when it's actually Iron's Call. So okay, our next mini-kit is actually up ahead. So this cutscene's gonna play. We actually can ignore this turret. What we can do is come down here. I know we have a character to get, but the character is actually pretty obvious where it is. Doesn't matter, you just have to get all the studs. So that's that mini-kit. So before we actually get ourselves the red brick. So actually we'll get the red brick. We'll start doing it right now. So we're gonna have to talk to him. First. So yeah, that's where that is. So the character is actually right here. So now, for us to get those, so now that's the character. Now, for the red brick, there we go. For the red brick, we actually have to open the door. However, instead of free play, instead of us beginning to the next scene from opening the door, instead you realize we just have to walk up to him. So we can activate this again. And we'll break this thing on our side. We have to give it about a minute. Giving us his glasses. And then we'll begin next scene after. So instead of, obviously, we're going to go to next scene and then we're going to leave and jump to the final scene of readying fire. Not readying fire, lack of insight. Because I'm not going to do this whole scene. Because honestly, it's just kind of not worth it. Fighting them, we have to wait a second. First break the glass, get, of course, the character. The safe stand, you have to just pull down this wall. And just build this. So instead of me completing this part, we're going to actually leave. Re-enter lack of insight and get the last, go to the very end and get the last part done.
Yes, sir. Few guys will be sending to the public. Investigating the slot. Sooner or later, they will meet the rules.
Sorry for the noise for a minute, it's for something.
Those
me go explain. By the way, earlier he mentioned that he was going to surrender. The reason why he was going to surrender was because this was kind of part of Hydra's plan. Because they were making something that would counteract that. And basically, yeah. So basically the villains for, well, you could say the villain for Age of Ultron is an AI. But technically it was Hydra's doing. So, for the record, there should be 2 things at the boss fight part. For the original, there was not a scan pad. Funny enough, it's like... There we go. So what I'm going to be doing is first continuing the story a little bit, just doing this part. And then we're going to go ahead and do to the last part, obviously, and then we're going to be done with the level. And then, trust me, Ready Aim Fire is like one of those levels that I'm going to be jumping in and out a lot, like, seriously. And funny enough, Ready Aim Fire is actually the only one that you get a physical cutscene for the final part before the end of the level. I'm still doing the thing where I'm just going to let that play through after I toss the shield in because I don't want to glitch the thing out. Like, if you did that during Superheroes, you possibly had to restart the part or left the area and re-enter and restart the level. Thanks to that. So you're better off just avoiding that. Cause this to happen, and then there you go. That's the first mini kit. This part. Now our next mini kit is actually up into the boss fight and the last collectible. Sadly, we do actually have to flip our version of Iron Man. Not Iron Man, Captain America. We do have to play as the story-driven Captain America. So, get out of the way. I kind of wish you could fly down there. So now, before I do it with Lucky, we're first going to get ourselves the character, the classic version of Vulcan. We can have Lucky just hold on to him. That should happen is, after you do that, it will reveal pile debris within the kit, and you just have to break it. Okay, that's lack of insight. Honestly, I was really shocked how quick Manhattan was. Not Manhattan, Washington was for me. I thought it was going to take more longer. While this cutscene plays again, I'm doing one thing. Because now we're on Ready Aim Fire. Ready Aim Fire, I'm going to be jumping 3 times. Not 3 times, 2 times. From the first scene to the second scene, from the second scene to the third scene. And then Lost in Heifer is going to only be 1 time. And then we're going to be done seeing this cutscene a lot. The only reason I'm doing this, because in the story order, the events that are going on right now, that we're doing, actually happened before. Okay, so, we'll save with you guys, and we're going to turn it up 2 more times before we begin. And let's begin. Enjoy.
You think that Tony Stark would where I live would Tony Star. Normally, it has a beautiful vista of the Pacific, but today it has a fleet of gunships hired by the Mandarin to redecorate our lounge. He's the same villain that's been creating all kinds of chaos around town, even putting our friend Happy in the hospital. Guess he's not so happy now. Definitely not Tony's best decision giving our home address to a bunch of lava-blooded villains. On a positive note, at least his new Iron Man suit fits me snugly.
Okay. I'm back. Give me 1 second, guys, before I begin. So, the only reason why we're jumping scenes, because the only minikit we have to come back for is the minikit you see right in front of us. It's on our left. We're going to be able to get this one on our right, and you'll see. To start off the bat to begin, we'll worry about the monitor on the front brake. So first part, we're going to just start with this. Also, I'll worry about getting this minikit part also here. The only reason I'm jumping is because so I don't have to do like pointless actions. And it's more better just to rewatch that cutscene. We just did them redo these pointless actions. So now, what's the first one? So that's going to be that. So instead we're going to break the painting behind it. You could wait until the bunny moves to do it, but we're going to break the paint. And then we're just going to spam this. And then, there you go, Kara, the main villain of this level. Obviously. I meant the real problem I had with this one, Ready, Aim, Fire, was just it felt like so simple. Because, yeah, it's like no strings on me. I'm going to be doing the same thing. We're jumping scenes. But then it goes, anger management, I'm not going to jump scenes because it's only 2 scenes. And one scene we will not, and it's like, then if we were going to continue, I think I remember correctly, I'm not jumping any. Like, after that point, the only time I'm jumping scenes is for the final level. So you're only coming back for 1 collectible here, that's a minikit. But after you do this, the soup should go off. A pepper. Perhaps. So now with this suit on, I like how this is like the only bubble where it's stuff. So it changes your camera angle from here. So here's our next minikit right here. The actual minikit, our first one. But we're gonna actually head out here and just there. That's another one. So yeah, then we're gonna actually. Next scene we should only get 1 more minikit, and then the scene after that one we should be able to get another. Of course, character, and I think another minikit. I don't remember, but trust me, these levels aren't too long. They're kind of pretty short in retrospect. And by the way, I don't know why, but they could literally just made it so Tony could have just jumped, and that was it. Because they make you do too much for this scene, so you're better off just jumping. Honestly, at this point, I would have just missile them and call it done. But we'll just. Good news is we get to skip a fighting quest because we already did the quest and it involves that one character. So I'll explain the quest actually. The quest for the character is you actually have to fight some suits and get them from there to the front of the mansion, and that's it.
Final missile slip test. I've watched the horror as the entire condo fell into the abyss. Thankfully, Jarvis managed to help him escape a water event. The suit he showed up was some stranded in 10 feet. Further adding to his trouble, the hot-headed villain happened to be visiting the area, and he was almost all of his trouble. The local boy, they're pretty ridiculous. The pair were left with no choice but to take on his own heads together. Maybe we should start thinking like the Avengers of together.
Honestly, I had that as a funny thing now. Like, where's the rest of the Avengers when these movies happen?
It's so cool. I mean, you know, in a bad way. Two is a problem. There are transformers around here that will shut the power off. I accidentally did that twice.
But this part you won't be able to flip to any more economies. In your free play.
Alright, that's one of them taken care of. Now to find the other one.
Obviously, we're not going to. The reason I'm not gonna sit here is also I don't want to sit for a long boss fight because you have to sit for a good lane out. But if you get an interaction, like if you try rising, like yeah, you're a little bit too much weight, so go ahead. Let me ride it.
Hey, look, there's a transformer up here. Smash it, go.
Typically, you do need Quicksilver and a Ultron character at this point. Ultron to pick Prey and then. So if you could use Tommy's suit, you could got the character at this point. While we can get the mini kit with the man. So what we're gonna do very quick is approach. So that way we can punch. Then after lasting for about a good minute, really the only point the villain did this whole thing was he just wanted to prove a point that he was smarter than Tony, that's it. Oh, I did it. Okay. so now we're gonna have to go inside for the boss fight, the rest of the boss fight, and then we're gonna go with the second scene.
Oh man, she was angry. Like, really angry. How is she even going like that?
Short way. Come on, Yuri, let's go.
You got a plan for this, right? It kind of feels like we're a little outmatched right now.
See.
This reminds me too much of that one thing you had to do in Harry Potter. Year 1 to 5, year 5 to 7. Came out the same year as the latest Star is pretty good. Okay, and this is it. This should end the scene.
Tony defeated the remaining stratosphere agents and headed off to take down the enemy. And in case that contact was made, the moment intergalactic war struck the Russian called the war zone and the Killian only went and took me hostage, exposing me to extremists. He also kidnapped the president too, and planned to serve him up when the worst came. Tony turned up to save the day. This time, the Iron Patriot by his side, and his entire back catalog of Iron Man suits. The 10-year-old with the potato gun isn't a potato gun. He had the tiniest room.
Here's the first collectible. Our second collectible is right here at the elevator shaft. Time for what it was. We'll actually just defeat that many. Sadly, we do have to cause this to happen. That's actually a mini kit right there. But no worry, the collectible, the red brick is actually at this thing, but it requires us to go up the elevator chute. Kind of figured readying fire was going to take us a minute because some of this stuff you really can't rush. And then no strings on me. I'm actually not jumping. I'm going to not jump any scenes and no strings on me. Because beyond this point, all of them, except for the final level, I'm going to jump scenes. Beyond this point, it's going to be like, hey, I'm not going to jump any scenes. After I do this level with that with free play and of course Lost in Ether, because that after completing scene 1 normally, jumping from scene 2 to 3. So what we need to do is have someone press on this button and then bring it up. So the reason you're going to have to go up here is actually for, it's not a mini kit, but it's actually the red brick. But it's on your left, but we don't have to worry about it. Obviously, because we can't do anything about it. And it doesn't matter who you play as during this boss fight, it's just I feel like, in my personal opinion, this was an alright boss fight. It was kind of better than Lack of Insight's one because you actually do a full-fledged fight. So yeah, this should be all your collectibles right here. Yep. What should happen is you should have like all the at this point after you lower his health you have one more thing. He should go into a state where he's gonna laser. So you can't like defeat him. And this should end the level, by the way, after you mess with his pad. When you mess with his pad. He was actually supposed to sit there and laser, but if you mess with his pad, it should end the level. Now we're going to that one place. So, I guess I will say it very quickly. They don't explain it, but that well, but I'll explain it here. The reason Tony had to blow up his suits was because, yeah, obviously they were all hacked into, and so they weren't basically working as they functioned, well, working against him or all that. So straight off the bat, we do actually want to head our way up to the other side of the map, across the free play this area. I think it's Happy Hogan that want to be here.
Hey, you're not busy, are you?
Here, than us for it. So we're actually gonna head to the other side. We'll start with this mark and the other. We'll start with the character. We'll work our way from the beat side. We're gonna be able to skip one class that's in the basement of this place, so I'm not gonna be too worried. But well, you do get edge as playable character, but let's start by we need a dick character. I guess we'll play as her. So well as her. We'll hurry up and get this done.
Yes, you can believe your eyes. Never stuttering in the flesh. I've been laid low in the old mansion house ever since what I like to call Mandarin Mania kicked off. And I think there's the slightest, tiniest possibility that Mr. Kiddin might have tracked me down and sent his extremist goons to, well, do that thing they do to people they're not too crazy about. You'll do me a solid little.
Mm-hmm. I know it's kind of faster if I play as in Utami suit form, but
This went to an alternative, this went to. Wait, you're not Tony Stark. Sorry. You're sorry.
I kind of like how. So. I have to defeat him.
You're really good at this kung fu stuff, aren't you? Did you train in stage combat? I'm sure the guy who taught me had a few of those moves. Just a whole rubbish thing. Thanks for keeping me alive a little while longer. Here, I'll swap this from Starker's trophy cap. Take it in honor of your brain.
Yeah. So. We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna do happy first. I'm gonna work my way from the inside after to the outside. So we'll definitely end with the crotch. The good news is, personally, my personal opinion, I'm probably gonna grab something after we're done with this and free play. So yeah, we'll move over here.
I believe someone would do this.
So
And whoever hit all my security badges thinks they're a real comedian, don't they? Well, I, for one, don't consider security to be a laughing matter. Plus, those badges are expensive, man, and the website to order replacements is so slow and ugly. And the ads, well, so many ads. No, I've got to get those badges back. Can you have a look around?
So, okay, so I did mention last part I did watch like majority of Iron Man 3, but I didn't watch like the first half beginning and majority of the middle. But I watched the later half, I never finished the end of it. This was when I was young. I'm trying to think, I guess I could talk a little bit about it. It was like, I think 9. Yes, I I do remember the art and stuff. It's like, yeah, it's been a good while. Like, we didn't watch the point when the villain did get defeated or whatever, or the rest half of the movie. It was like some shots there, and that was it. Or okay, we're going.
You're not busy, are you?
Because that was like the day we had to get back to our house. It was like, yeah. I couldn't grab that. So yeah, the only quest is that we will not have to do is actually there's a character downstairs. We will not have to do his quest. He was that extra. Okay, so I did already basically explain what his quest was. You were basically, he's gonna say, yeah, like his suits went rogue or whatever. So can you do me a favor and help me get out of the house or something? And that's basically the whole quest. And while I'm down here, we'll actually do the bricks down here so that way I don't have to. I know it's a fact, we're going to end up going back down here for the running race, but it's not going to be like a long running race. See, we don't have to do this character. So, before you finish up, obviously, we're going to go ahead and get Mark 1. Right? So this is actually the area where you would get majority of suits. However, some of the, I mean, of course you saw some of the suits come from Manhattan, and one of them is from Manhattan where you do actually have to stuff. So this should be the end of this quest right here. And then we'll go ahead.
Security camera feeds at the time the batches were stolen. Whoever did it was crap. They kept putting this.
Oh, my babies! You came back! Daddy's gonna dust you off and get you all right back on your own level. You just watch.
Sorry. Here. Thanks. You know what? That's thanks. If I ever see you walking around here without a badge, I'm just gonna look the other way. And I mean it. The bottom of my heart. You.
So before I continue with the area, we're gonna get the race done. It's like, trust me, to be honest, it was like, so it's, see, there's the running race, but before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and get the 100 gold brick I'm supposed to do outside and stand. Because what I'm going to do is make my way back upstairs. And we also have to get this other character that's underground. So, to save stand, you actually do not need to go inside. You need to... Here inside. I think it's right over here on the left. Yeah. So you only have to do is just pick this up and take that. so before we do the gold brick, we're gonna have to do this character. Good news is we only have one more class. If I had to do the other, okay, so this is it. So the gold brick that's out being 2 more classes, I made a mistake. For this, there should be enough sand castle buckets in the right area. There's one there, one in front of me. So let's hit that one, hit this one right here. Then we need to hit this one. Next one should be right here, obviously, but there's the final one. Honestly, that's how easy it is. Alright, so we're gonna hurry up and do the race. And then I'm going to go. So yeah, those 2 are in the other part on our left over here. So let me hurry up and do the race. Obviously we're gonna use speed. And then identify him. Need to go to him, but so we're gonna hurry up and honestly you could beat this whole race without flipping characters. Trust me, if you're gonna go complete this basement part and do the class down here, you might as well start with the race, but because I already got the basement part done, we're doing the race. So we have 2 more classes and a side room. So now our next one is actually before we do the quest. We want to get in here, pull the switch. There you go. So we have 2 more classes and then 2 in the basement. Funny enough, we have to do this in anger management area.
Okay, now you're just showing off. This isn't fun for me anymore. I'm kidding. Of course it's fun. So much more fun than prison.
So, I guess that this character was in prison. I don't know if he was supposed to say something, but this should be the end of the quest.
What? Incredible! That was like the sort of ultimate dance. There were happy moments and sad moments and funny moments and moments that sort of skirted the border between sad and funny. Basically, all good stuff. Here, take it.
Okay, so our next quest is actually going to be Pepper Pot. The last quest we have to do. Because if we didn't do intro, we're gonna. Then I technically would do his quest at this point because you're only going from the. Let's finish.
See the thing for space. Tony got it as a present, and you know, it's sweet, and I appreciate it. But well, I just think there's someone out there who would appreciate it more.
Okay, so you would actually have to go from the basement to the front entrance here, and then you were done.
Piano taken out, and you know what? Hulk selfies are getting popular. I bet if he was in the picture, that'd drum up some extra interest in our bunny friend.
The funny part is we get to skip one of these called selfie classes. I'm hoping that we don't have to go and do it just for us to do 100%. Okay, cool. I did not know Leader can do that. So I try to avoid doing that. Like that, and then there's another scan one over there.
Is everything set? Then let's get Hulk
I kind of wish you can use the Age of Ultron version, but you have to use this.
Great picture. This should generate some good publicity for our big buck-tooth friend. And the rabbit horse. Thank you so much.
So to finish off this, we're gonna have to go into the basement of the area. So start off the bat, we're gonna actually do is before I power both up. We're also gonna fix the other one down here. While we're at it, Tony. And then we're gonna hurry up and do ready, aim, fire. So you're gonna first be given this gold brick, but we're technically not done because we do actually have a character and an argo brick. Now we just have to go down the stairs. And we have a couple things here. So first I'll start out the bat, we have to do something with Captain America's shield. And then there we go. So for the final one, we actually just have to pull the switch, and you have to just follow what order it was in. So first, so basically, if you want to reverse it, you can say the reverse way, but the proper way is actually 4, 2, 3, and then 1. And there we go. And that should be the last one. We would have had to take a little bit more longer, or just the cheat code amount of time it took me to put in the cheat code. Alright, we're actually done here. Alright, now we're going to do free play for ready, aim, fire, and then we're going to be doing Lost in Ether. And then Asgard, that, and then we're going to be doing the next level, No Strings on Me. Following that one up with Anger Management. I didn't mention, though, see that's 100% there, and there. I always make sure I double check for certain stuff, like, so okay, so this is actually going to be the first scene we're going to jump from after, by leaving, re-entering the level, and then including the second scene.
You see that?
Okay, so straight out the bat, we actually will not need to play as our character. We can hurry up and just flip to Tony. Let's play as Tony right now. And all we gotta do is break this. And then R2. Alright, we're done here. There's no point in me doing this whole long part for ready, aim, fire. So we're gonna go watch this cutscene, and then we're gonna get to the second part, do the second part. You have to do a majority of the second part, but not the boss fight. But keep in mind, you have to do a majority still of that second part. So, we get the backers though. Go to space. Hold on. We can load us into the next part. So it should be a cutscene. It's taking me a minute. So next part we only need 3 makeups, the character and Stan. Let me see that again. 3 minikits. We'll start here. First, I'll start out the bat. Open this up and you can stand. By the way, it's so weird, but you cannot. There. You have to at least get that open. Then you can do that. You just can't do it right away. I think. Yet again, no, I don't think you can break the transformer. But let me get the minikit. If I can't break it, I'll just start it out, man. Okay, no, you can't break it. It's kind of one of those things that I kind of wish that was not necessary to do. Because after you build it, I just have to give it a minute. So that's actually our first minikit of the three. Our next one should actually be right now over here. Because the next one you couldn't get on the story. Come on. Obviously, ready, aim, fire. Come on, man. Okay, that was their charge. Bad eyes. You must have the charger in the same room. Alright, I did flip them for again. So we should be fine. So yeah, what I'm hoping for in my playthrough of this is we're gonna get done with this. The next level. No strings on me done. And then anger management. I'm hoping to also get the level done after that one. Just so we get Barton's farm done. That and I only for the final kid in this part. So I don't have to stay here for a long boss fight. We're just gonna ignore. So oh, interesting. So yeah, the rest of the minikits and the red brick is actually at the end. Okay. So that's why we're going to jump. This is the last time we're jumping. Or at least this. And then the next one is only one time we're jumping. Because come on, we're not going to redo a whole entire second part. Just so we can just get to the third part to get the rest of the collectibles. I do believe I do. We're almost to the point where I do. For some of them I could skip the red brick and I'm going to skip it. Obviously you could watch the original or anything like that or look up anything. I will just give you a basic understanding of the red brick, of what he wanted.
We need to get the base operation.
Because Lost in Ether, and that, funny enough, I think I do not have to do, sad part is when I do Lost in Ether, there's like nothing I need to do. There are like no collectibles. I would have gone back for like fast fix or something, But I'm better off waiting until I go back to Manhattan and just do all Manhattan while I'm there. What we're gonna be like doing first is starting there. And there's like one stand on the helicator, so I do need to pay attention to that. Okay, for real. The collectibles we have to do here are, first of all, we need to break this. Build this. It's kind of funny that they make us redo a mini-kit, technically. That we already did prior in this level. For this mini-kit. So the next mini-kit is actually on our way right now. So after you defeat them, he says, "Oh, thank you, man. I'm gonna make sure I break this, and then I have to self-destruct somewhere." Very funny, as he actually, the villain actually put the president in doing it. I forgot the whole scene. Okay, I forgot in Iron Man 3 who was his name. Demeter. And of course, obviously, it was just more over the proof of point. He wanted to just prove that he was more smarter than Tony, and it was like, I think that's not being more smarter, it's more of just getting you in trouble and probably executed. So yeah, obviously we have everything. We just need the red brick. To get the red brick, we just need to progress this up. I kind of wish we could fly up there, but obviously this is story related. So we're just gonna hurry up and get up there ourselves. The good news is once we get stealth version of Iron Man, we get majority skip most of the majority stealth and gold bricks. Like how I did for superheroes. With, like, being able to flip characters. When we get to Manhattan, but, that's gonna be the next part, because I don't know if I'm gonna have, like, 3 levels or 2 levels left. Now, what we need to do is go in here, do that, and that should be that. Oh, by the way, you can crossfire as Dormammu, and there's no consequence with it. Or you can put some light on our trial of power. So yeah, that is it. That is it for ready aim fire. So I'm gonna go ahead and play the cutscene. Kind of just go watch it. I go ahead and watch the Lost and Deeper cutscene. Did that very quick. seen this cutscene 3 more times if I remember correctly. Because now we're doing the Lost in Ether. The last one that's happened before 8 o'clock.
Former Salvador's tracked down Loki without any potential threats to Midgard. Sorry, Earth. One of his stories was about an ancient race called the Dark Elves, led by Malekith, who attempted to use something called the Ether to bring darkness to the Nine Realms. It sounded kind of serious, but Thor assured us it was all several thousands of years ago. I still have a bad feeling about this.
Long before the birth of light, there was darkness, and from that darkness came Malekith, a dark elf who millennia ago sought to return our universe back into one eternal night, using the power of the ether, an ancient force of infinite destruction. My father vanquished Malekith in a mighty war. It was a tale he recounted so often that he truly lived up to the name King Borg. At the climax of the battle, the ether was destroyed. Or so we believed until Jane Foster, Thor's girlfriend from the wrong side of the Bifrost, somehow managed to stop the plot, waking an ancient evil from his slumber, with only one layer out to defend her, and my favorite son in prison. Asgard was in more peril than it had ever faced.
Okay, I'm back. So we are going to, for this level, straight off the beginning, we do need to leave this area. There's actually no collectibles right here we can get. It's like anger management. There's actually going to be like no collectibles. We can get into the beginning, I believe, on ESC. But that's, of course, 2 levels away after this one. I mean the second level. It's kind of funny that this is all we're doing. So while we're in here, I think it's in here. No, it's in the next room. So that's that. So if you go in here, we're also going to be able to get a character on story, by the way, and we're heading up to him right now. Up in the corner right here. Break this, and then we should get introduced to Surfer. So yeah, the good news is we actually do not have to do this long fight for free play. So yeah, we should only can get one more thing, and I didn't mention it was only the. So you actually the minikits on our right would be the last for this scene. That's where we have to go in here, but just because this level's not too long at all. So come over here and there you go.
I'm not surprised. After you managed to consume 4 wild boars, 6 pheasants, a side of beef, and 2 catfish of raw.
Of course, obviously, we are, Lost in Ether was like one of those levels that I did like, but I also didn't like. After you do the last thing, everyone should be in place after you press Y.
Too late. My love of a son born added matter against escape to his considerable list of heroic failures. His only option was to seek the help of his brilliant brother, cruelly locked away and forgotten in Asgard's dungeons. Defying my orders, they fled Asgard through secret ways long forgotten. And together as brothers, they stood to face our greatest foe.
I think I remember watching part Thor Dark World, but I don't remember how much. So the good news is when we do free play for this part, there's actually going to be very... So you also get this Loki version for free. Okay, so far we actually cannot get any collectibles here. So yeah, like, one time my remote didn't work here as well, so we had a problem with it. Damn it. Oh no, wait, it still works, Right? No, okay. It's weird, but it's like, sometimes it did. One time it did work, but, apparently it didn't work this time. But so yeah, there's actually no collectibles we can get here. Really, the good news is we don't actually, well, I said before, we don't really have to continue the main story for this part. There should be one more thing we have to do. Yep. And then we should be done with this part. And then we're on the last part.
Alas, my favorite son. A cool man, yes, but a giant in his way. Gave his very life for Goldilocks to handle her. By more luck than design, my lesser son and his girlfriend managed to return to Earth and regroup with the rabble they called friends. They hatched a plan that held the very future of the universe in its balance.
Thor, are you there? You've been off the grid a while now. Our sensors are detecting abnormal energy around your location. Are you triggering that?
So, in this part yet again, there should be like no collectibles we can get.
That just means we have to smell it for 8.
Almost. We only can get one more thing. And surprisingly enough, it's actually a character. Here, and that's it. We will have to go back for the red brick and 2 mini cats. So the character is just simply after doing that, break these, and then you have the character. That's of course the villain himself.
Sorry. It's nothing personal, I promise. Elemental spikes. We need to put them together.
You sure this is gonna work? This device is just intent.
Yeah, so, yeah, like with that in mind, it's just gonna be like one of those things where we're sitting here waiting. Here waiting, sitting here waiting.
Okay, I'm trying the pacemaker now. You might want to hold off.
So yeah, what's gonna happen is then you have to just
We have come so far, Asgard. Yet we have come to you soon enough. Not by your hand.
honestly it feels like the problem being
Running out of time.
so what is gonna happen is so after I get this level done we're gonna be doing Asgard very quick and then we're gonna go do free play and then we're gonna continue the main story for real with no strings on me.
Glorious and burdened with glorious purpose.
Yeah, so then Ragnarok happens. After, I forget what, it was, of course, and he realized that Loki actually rolled out and got him later than every guy. He's like, oh, yeah. The proof is point in Ragnarok, he actually threw his hammer off in the distance and then go at the same guy. Because Odin would be able to wield Force Hammer, Loki wouldn't. And it was later, the question is, okay, fine, you win, and then he dumps out of the way. This happens in Ragnarok. I did mention before, I only watched partial Ragnarok. Like at least the beginning part in somewhere. I forgot.
Shall we get started?
Okay, we're going to Asgard. Get that area done. And then here's Asgard. So we get to do everything here. The good news is it shouldn't be too much. So first of all, we have the first goal break here. Instead of us looking for a pad, the game actually will make us already flip characters. Yeah, it's kind of one of those things like, oh, okay. It's kind of nice they allow us to, because the problem being that there's no way to flip to your character here. Or something like that. Okay. Straight off the bat, we're going to go ahead, begin with the goal break here. We're going to work our way into the palace. Okay, before we start with the left side, we'll do this race very quick. So this should take us to the front room, but we'll do the front room very quick. There's only 2 characters. So start out the bat. Yes. And then to up. So to get the 2 characters, for us to get the our character should be a technology character herself. So we're going to start with the front room. And I'm going to work towards the left side where was him. And then we're going to go from there to the right side to end it. So yeah, we get introduced to this character from the in-cars, obviously. Later Avengers story, but first. Okay, so start out the bat. I'm gonna go ahead and get Hulk already. Ready? So what we can do is obviously we're gonna go ahead. We do want to hit the thing one at a time though. fly up, we'll get under here. Honestly, this is like one of those ones that, so what you need to do for this is, I don't think you need to fix the switch, because after all, you can play as over. Yeah, he's much later down the line. Four. Where's down here? Oh, he is here. So what you're supposed to do is go up there. You're supposed to flip it to flip the electricity to be down there. And the reason why you need to do it, you can just do it fast enough. Like you do this, you're supposed to be able to break that, and then we're gonna need a speedster for the race anyway, so we're gonna use speed anyways. The one race. So that should be security drone sign. This should be a normal sign. So if we have the version of Iron Man, we would have already got it done with that one version. But thanks to it not being that one version, we can't get it done right away. But that's all right. I mean, I think my problem with Asgard is this place. It's pretty short. Oh yeah, right. I forgot to mention, you also have to turn this again. If I remember correctly. New? Hold on. There was something I was missing. I know I didn't glitch yet. Fixed it. Yeah, that fixed it, right? Yeah. I don't know why that didn't do it right, but okay. There we go. So... Alright, we're going to get Goldberg above us, and then... Wait, fly. You don't fly either, okay. We're gonna go ahead and start doing some quests on our way, obviously. So this is the target one.
I dare say I could use your help. Would you spare me a moment? Our most recent battle was far from our fight. Those sagas take me on defeat a little harder than I would expect. Since our return, he has taken to eating everything in sight. Comfort eating is not uncommon amongst us guardians. Some of us have a banquet to host and shall struggle to do so with an empty pantry. If you could fetch me some replacement victuals, I would be most grateful.
So what we're gonna have to do is just grab some stuff to replace some stuff.
I would urge you to find that food in haste, as guardians are rather ill-tempered on an empty stomach, and a room full of them. Well, I think we have another battle on our hands.
So we have to grab one item up here. But while we're at it, we'll actually hurry up and do what we have to do for this. It's going to cause us to go in battle. What's gonna happen is this is gonna end up being it. After you do that, you need to break the statue all the way, and then an Avenger pad should appear. We're gonna need, of course, Thor or. It's kind of funny that we have to do the same thing again in another area.
Dare say Rosnag would be a most formidable weapon to disable an enemy's food stores. Must find that for you. How in the name of the Allfather shall I proceed here? I dare say you have returned with enough fine-smelling nutriment to get this banquet started after all. Don't worry about Rosnag. We had never too much to eat and went for a little nap. Nothing to worry about happens all the time. My thanks to you.
The mighty deceiver is upon us. It's ask that you lend your ear to my plight.
So this should be a fight quest.
Control us comes. A baleful shade struck us. He claims to be Thor Odin's son. Yet I know this to be folly. He is, in truth, a clone of Odin's son, known as Ragnarok. Only be one Thor, or two if willing to count myself. Please, aid me in striking down this deceitful shade.
Yeah, so he doesn't. We'll charge his hammer. So basically, we're just fighting him.
At you, knucklehead! Curses. Promise ultimately or I would stop saying that.
There's also one more fight we're going to be doing here. It's not with Ragnarok, though.
What is that other phrase I overheard you say? The battle cries of Midgard can be so strange.
After you defeat him.
Victorious! This vile betrayer's deceiving tongue be forever silenced. Thor would be most prideful of the great service you have done this day. Therefore, in the name of Asgard, I grant thee this boon.
Okay, so our next thing we're going to do is over here. Is before we get to that room, I'm gonna.
To my big speech. Finally, you notice. Tremble, Asgardians, for your light will soon be extinguished by the power of the ether. The time has come for Asgard to suffer as we have suffered. Come, my army of dark elves. Destroy them! All who oppose us will be destroyed! Cannot those who live against the power of ether? Wait! I accept defeat. Tarsus, if only we actually had the ether. I had hoped that merely telling you would be enough to demoralize you to lose it. Well, it was work. Never hard feelings. I'll just leave this here and be on my way.
So for Stan, we do need to have a digging character. And right here. So yeah, it's like we're almost to the point where we're gonna be there. We're gonna need a digging character. Let's use Dormammu. At least we can use Cap. But yeah, we'll just hurry up and use both Or I could have waited until I did the quest with the Frost Elf, but only we have the fire truck. After you do this. Alright. So our next goal thing we'll be doing is the quest here.
In the name of the All-Father shall I proceed here.
Here you go, man.
When Thor led me way back then, I did not expect he would ask me to repay him like this. My word is my bond, and it must be done. I must meet and greet with the good people of Asgard in his place. Fortunately, my Thor impression is impeccable. Unfortunately, I have forgotten the locations which I must visit. Perhaps you could aid me in seeking them out.
So all we're doing is just, we're going to these stable areas.
This is the first location. This shouldn't take a moment.
Big Four is running rather late.
Wonderful to see you. Oh, yes, I suffered a sinus infection. Made my face swell in strange places. Have you lost weight?
Most excellent.
On to the next.
This feast will be even grander once our esteemed guest arrives.
Here we are. Excuse me while I... Greetings. Yes, it is I. My hammer is just in the blacksmith getting a tune-up.
I think I just saw Mjolnir.
That concludes that. Where to next?
So yeah, basically what we're doing for this quest is we just have to go everywhere with this.
Time for another show.
I say, save some of that broth for the Thor, eh?
A fine banquet. How is your father? Oh, I see. When did that happen?
A most charismatic fellow.
I believe only one remains. Lead the way.
So yeah, we'll just go for it to get there. We'll do the race here after
Wish me luck.
we start this quest.
I shall eat him under the table.
The gods look kindly on this night. I guess that would be me.
Think you'd really show?
It is done. My debt is repaid. I'm almost a little wounded that Thor did not call in his favor by way of a mighty ally in battle. But I am sure that this task has aided him in some simple way. I must thank you for your assistance in this noble matter.
Okay, so that's that quest. So we're gonna hurry up and get the character up here. I don't think we need to play as the Red Skull, but we're just gonna hurry up and get over here done. We'll just go back to the gold brick because we're gonna do the race after. And then obviously, you know what? I might hurry up and do that very quick. Do the gold brick and that. Because it won't be too long. Like, no, we'll just go back. We'll just do it backwards. I know. The race shouldn't take me too long. It'd been funny if you just only had to do that, but no. They make you do more. Yeah, our next character should be over there, but before we do that, we'll do this gold brick very quick. This one we do need both characters up here. Not just one, just wrong place. And I'll go get the character there. So what we will need is, of course, electric character. Black Widow, we'll just use her. So what you need to do is make sure you have both players here. Kind of say what makes this ridiculous what I'm doing.
I must rebuild my army.
So we'll do, before I do it, we'll do the rebuild the army thing very quick. And then we'll end with the last character.
Grown lesser that day. Many have we lost in great battles. Others say alternative lifestyle. Here's the allure of a realm known as London. Must replenish our numbers soon, are we to be ready for Asgard's next attacks? Be they dark elves or even London. I would ask that you alert any likely candidates you find to our cause.
So basically what we're doing is just flying around and getting all these characters. The race is going to actually take me back to here.
Not disappointed that our hero talents are wasted on this unworthy opponent, you say? I accept your request. You spilled my drink. I believe my energy to be perfectly well placed. But I shall leave this round you speak of. Welcome summons me. Do this.
Be on the lookout for any Asgardian female who displays the talents of the most impressive platoon you have gathered. We shall begin Valkyrior training immediately. Lesson 1. If a mortal woman appears and begins to regale you with tales of a mythical place called London, ignore her. That is all for today.
There we go. So for the final character, we had to actually be over here. No, it's over here, it's not over here. Right here, I guess? Yep. So, what's gonna happen is this room is gonna open up. And you just have to solve the simple puzzle. Okay, I'm kidding. Once you solve the puzzle, you will be able to grab the carrot, but you didn't hear the collect noise. Okay, now, part 2. Leave the room. So we're gonna actually get him because he's actually another good Frost character. And yeah, we're done with Asgard. So okay, so now we're gonna do free play. And then we're gonna do no strings on me. So of course there's 4 mini kits and then 3 in a character. And then the rest. And also Stan here, but Stan is obvious. So 4 mini kits. So straight off the bat, we shouldn't be here too long at all. Obviously. Straight off the bat, we're going to begin by getting, obviously, we're going to save Stan. After you break it, you need to at least open the door. Is that one before we continue in this room with? So that's this one. Our next mini kit is actually right here. So this should be our next one. By the way, the only reason why I'm not doing jump cut any scenes and no strings on me because we do actually have to do one of the things for no strings on me.
Where's my award for best cameo?
After you break it, this should be our first mini kit. Here. So our next one is actually up ahead. Then we're gonna have another one up ahead of that one. Yeah, we should be all set. So yeah, this is not going to be so long of a level. So yeah, we need to get the next mini kit that's in here. So yeah, that's the mini kit. Our next mini kit is actually up ahead. We do need a laser character for it. Oh, that's kind of weird oddity right there. No, is there at least? No, we can get it right now. we get the flitter. For the minikit, we actually just need to do this pad. I kind of like how this level takes place in Asgard. Alright, and then we get one more level that does also take place in Asgard, but that's in Superheroes too. So we not only got this level, we got also... So first it's over Superheroes and then Superheroes too. So what you're actually doing at this point is we're going to have to just destroy this thing. And the good news is we shouldn't need to avoid the enemy count. I think. Nope. Okay, so we have one more minikit. So our next minikit is actually up ahead. So here's our next one. So after it opens up, we should get the pieces of the minikit. Technically, you could jump right here. Because that's all the minikits right now at this point, but we're not. Instead, I'm going to get the scene done. Just because so I don't have to watch that long cutscene again and then get to space. Just yet. So then, obviously, press Y and then everyone gets in their place. So we have 3 minikits and 1 character here. So it shouldn't take me too long. So before I go over the bosses, we'll start by getting the character. There we go. That should be... That's... Scan. And the good news is, we do not have to move him. There we go. So we're going to jump from this scene to the next scene. And then we're going to go ahead and then finally do the next story level. Because here's what we have for the main story so far. we for levels if anyone wants to know, but I'm only going to get to probably the next two, but we'll see if I can get to the third one. We have no strain of enemy, anger management, Chorus respects, I think it was Rise of Ultron and then Ultron Undone. I might have said that in the wrong order and wrong levels, but those are the levels we have upcoming. So yeah, nothing too big to complain about. So last time we're going to see that cutscene because we're just going to go ahead and get the last part done. 2 minutes and the red brick. Only certain quests will not appear until you did the level. Like for example, what we were doing. Lost in Ether, Medical Engineer.
Are you there? You've been off the grid a while now. Our sensors are detecting abnormal energy around your location. Are you triggering that?
The Washington area. The movie film, in whatever the place Iron Man room was, he wouldn't be there. So of course, I kind of like how that they put this in here. It's funny that we have running it on, but the Asgard level does not reference this, but we do. So okay, so that's that. So before I do the resurrect, let's of course get the mini kit. So now for the resurrect, we do need a telemat carrier. But before we do it, let's first talk. Okay, so for the final part of it, we need to actually open this up. And then out should be the drinking vessel. That's it. Alright. So this should be the end of the level now. We are done with free play for Lost in Ether. Alright, so yeah, from all I said, there is 5 more levels of the main story. I'm hoping to get done with the next 2, so there would be 3 left, but possibly I'm gonna make it so that there's only 2 left, and then the next part we'll be getting the next 2 in the last 3 areas.
We need to get the base operational. Shall we get started?
Oh, I forgot to do something. I know I did one day, but it's just something I'm talking to myself for.
The right focus. We believe this crystal has the potential to reactivate the Chitauri technology. We can't.
Yep, it's like that. Okay, so it's just something.
Magnificent, isn't it? Contrary to our first thoughts, the creature cannot fly by itself. The flight is gained from Chitauri technology in its armor. We may fly to harness this. The possibilities.
the scepter should be the last thing. So before we continue, I mean, technically I actually did majority of Shield Base, but I would only have to go back for one collectible, so that's why I'm not doing Shield Base at all yet. Because the one collectible requires me to finish the Age of Ultron story. So the main story.
Soon we'll have weapons that not even the Avengers can hope to stand against.
Very funny as this character we're playing as is only like mentioned once here and then he's not in the rest of the movie. So before you leave this room, you do need to hold this. The good news is there shouldn't be too much side stuff we have to do. This should do the staff requirement.
The scepter holds the key to everything. We have learned so much, and barely have we even scratched the surface. It exudes the same dissipated energy we record from the recovered hydro weapons. We might have found that power. This technology will help us change the world. Able to bend minds. Look how it's tragic.
This should be getting next level. Those strings that make what I mentioned.
The scepter's power has unlocked within a speed matched only by its fuel.
It should be. I think I don't have nothing else to do.
They have extraordinary gifts. Powers of extraordinary weapons.
Okay. So this should end. Yeah, alright, so we got no string, but I'll be right back.
Stark Towers had quite a few upgrades lately and is now known as Avengers Tower, which, seeing as it's the headquarters for Earth's mightiest heroes, kind of makes sense. Hawkeye can recover in the advanced medical lab while the Iron Legion repaired the workshop below. Now that Strucker's been stopped and Loki's scepter has been recovered, I have a feeling things will be pretty quiet around here for a while.
If they want us to attack, here's Stronger. It's the Avengers. They have to be after the scepter.
didn't mention before, now I might have to show you the computer screen, guys, before we even do. Anger management depends on if it's going to load or not. Straight out the bat, it doesn't matter what mark we want to go. Next area, it doesn't matter what mark I want. Okay, there. Okay, straight out the bat, we're actually just going to get this scene done because that's the only medikit you can get here. Like, seriously. This is a 3. Okay, so I can probably give you the estimated rundown for what's this level. This is a free scene level. Next level is a free scene. And the rest at that point should be tuned. So for the final level, it's also 3 scenes, but it's not too long. Okay. Obviously, we're gonna do the story at this point when us do free play. And then, same thing for that. Because the final part, we only have to go back for like 1 medikit. And the reason is, we do just need to get 1 dig straight. It's just a dig medikit. So when you would do it, you want to do this, and then you want to do that up there for the character in free play. Not character, but the 1 of 3. That's the B2 character. Like, seriously, anger management is going to be not too long, because before I do anger management, obviously, it's going to be on free play, it's going to be, oh, we're going to hurry up and get South Africa done. And good news is, that should be the last area we have to get done, almost. Farm is actually the last one for the main story. Because the last 2 we're going to have to do at the end. Like what I said. Yeah, of course, obviously, the only reason I'm going to do this scene is just because this should be... That's also for anger management, it's the same thing. Okay, cutscene time. looking guy. Before we build the pool table, because we'll lose Tony. We'll tune in to do with Tony for you. I'll fall down a minute. Obviously, they gave us the mini kit. You don't have to break it. Here's that. Before I grab the mini kit, come over here. Scan this. This is why we still need Tony. After you fix it, I'll just do this, and there. You got Ultra Mark 1.
I drop it at his feet. I'm like, boom, you looking for this?
Ooh, you looking for this? Yeah, just keep on telling it. Tank, you get it, really.
Actually, it's not the pool table, it's the piano thing, but I think he's your tone, so here's the second one. We'll get that done over there. Here's the mini kit for that speed one. And then for the final mini kit, you can only get here. It's right here. So, obviously, it's gonna flip the piano, obviously. A tuned version of it. So, there should be nothing else we have to do here after this. However, when you're doing this on free play, to get sand in this thing, you do need to not do what we just did. Any of them first, and then do this one as your last one. You need to do the other one, this one first. Okay? But the reason we can't save stand on story is we don't have a dynamic character. So, I was thinking of just doing this part anyways too. Just because. You know what doesn't make sense to me though? That you have to read laser when you just laser, even though it should say. That's weird. Well, okay. Other than that, then, you'll have to come back for a red brick and stand. So after you do that, it should be this. And that's it. So we should be done here. This should lead us to the next cutscene. So it should be done in, like, this cutscene should play. Like, there's nothing on the right up there, by the way. If I forgot something, that's stupid of me, but there is. It shouldn't be anything.
Please be my guest. I've never seen this before. No, it's not my judgment. Please, start by all means. Are you on my team? Just represent, fool. Let's go.
He actually knew he could let the guy win this scene. He just didn't want to embarrass more.
Not a simple one.
So the only thing we have to go back for is this thing when I'm riding this chair. For the scene, so what we're doing is actually doing this. Gold statue in the thing is not nothing in the middle you don't have to do. But this is something you burn out the fire. I forgot what mark for it, but no, that's fine. War machine, I believe. Or not. So now we have to get Tony. But it's very funny enough, we did actually this mini cat. I did with Creep. Me and we're replaying this game. So, I know you're supposed to come up here, obviously, with all guy, and then do this. There should be no other mini kit other than this one and one more we can get. We forgot this one. Obviously, I did said this before. The last mini kit you can only get in this level is actually in this scene. Because after you do this, should remove the mini kit. There we go. Out of level. Seriously, it isn't that long. engine, 2 minicats, then 1 minicat, one bucket stand. This should seem about right. Okay. And then the rest. So I mentioned before, we're gonna do this whole entire scene. So after that, we're gonna actually have to begin with this. Obviously, I'm gonna activate it again. So what we're gonna do with this thing is you're gonna start doing the rest of the collectibles. I'm gonna make it open up so I can do is hurry up, get through this scene, and then get to the next scene, then do the next scene completely, and then get to the second scene, and then do that. Then anger management is the same thing, because what's the point? Of delaying it. The news is we don't need that thing no more. So start off the bat, we're going to begin by doing this. Should give us the opportunity to break. There we go. That's 1 of 3. Funny enough, the only one you can do on story is this one, obviously. This is our second one. The third one is actually in the next room over. We do have to head to the basement part, and I'm just going to make it a very quick scene here. So obviously, after you do this level, you can do free play because if you get Ultron on the story. So this is the last one, right here. So for us to get to the basement area, we should be given the character already. It should be the Iron Legion itself. There should be no Iron Minikit in here. Other than where we're going to. The basement part. If I'm right, yep. I was just double checking. So our next make is actually right here. Because that should lead us to only having 7 out of 10 minikits. Yep. So technically you could leave right now. Like this part. Like, oh. Come on. leave right now, but I'm not gonna leave because it'll just be quicker just to get the scene done. Yeah, that's a shortcut out. I didn't meant to do it like that, but so yeah, it doesn't look like I'm gonna be able to do that thing I wanted to do, guys. At least get to the other one, Barnes Farm, and get Barnes Farm and that level done on free play. To save it off next time with at least the last 2 levels and the last 3 areas I have to do in the whole entire game. And it's gonna be that. It's like, so moreover, it might just be a 4-hour, 5-hour part, we'll see. But we'll see. Because if I can't do Barnes Farm, it might be like fine still. At least that's 3 levels. See, it might have been quicker for us to leave, but it really depends on what it is you do it, how you do it as. But it does look like I do have plenty of time. I try to section everything as I can because so obviously we'll start by getting done with the back end. We'll start by talking to the collector. Before I do we'll do the shake thing for sure first, but I'm first going to talk to him, collector.
I'm not sure who is in charge of music here, but clearly they have never heard my demo reel. If you were to say, man, you would jump in and take control of the next. Living in us, you think.
Alright.
But even if this song inferior is what it is,
So we need to do this so we can get Stan. Then after you do that, next on the list is we need to break this. So we'll continue that in a minute. We're first going to get over here. Pull this. And then we should have So. So, this will end the scene. So yeah. One second.
Ready to train. No, it's much more. So please be my guest.
You might have seen this before.
So right off the bat, we're just gonna get done with this scene. First, you need to do this. For that. What if I'm make it? You need to be able to get back here and dig. Or there's no strings on me. Now, we're going to be doing anger management. Anger management, the last scene should have 2 mini-kits, but we can at least get 1 mini-kit during the second scene. And we should not be able to get any mini-kits during the first scene. And by the way, the 1 mini-kit we're going to get will make us avoid the third area of the second part. Okay. Obviously, I like this part where you have to confirm where the ship is, but so I don't know what happened, but it's like when we were screen casting it, it just said, "Oh, you couldn't do that," and then it's like, "No, fine, let's do it." So at least the good news is this level, I mean, after this, we should be at Barnum's farm. So after we do South America and then the level anger management, we should be able to do Barnum's farm. And then that's where I think I'm going to be stopping at after Barnum's farm. Because it's going to be like around late time and stuff, like what I said. I don't really like trying to stay up to late times. And then in the morning, we'll be playing the game very quick. It should roughly take about 5 more hours for get done. We're in the next part. I won't see how long it would be, but yeah, so chip bag. So very quickly, we have to just do this. So to do is, we do need to just get 1 carrot up there. I like how the music changed. So to get that 1 carrot up there, we're obviously just going to do this very quick so we don't have to do the other scan. they stay? And no, they did not. Honestly, the funny part is we have this side event to do, and then one more side event where then the last two side events we have to do is just simply getting to citizens. So it's not too difficult, but that's going to be in the next part. It kind of feels like they make you do too much for this part. So, we're gonna wait until the gate opens up all the way and then get down there. See, hopefully it's bad for our chances, then we won't have any problems right now. Okay, it should open up all the way, and... Oh, yes! So what would happen was it would freeze up there, so I would have to flip to the other screen. So, we're good. We're good. So yeah, he gets away. This level, not long on free play. You should get introduced to, oh, this guy's fast. We actually do have to wait until the third, like after Quicksilver is defeated, to even get one, to get up into the room where she's at, to get that one done. So that's why we're going to get this whole scene done when us do free play. So it'll just lead us perfectly right in it. So we actually do need to continue now. By the way, for a record, we do have to race the elevator up in free play. Trust me, this level's not long. So that's why I think we're also going to hurry up and do that. To make it so that we only have 2 more guys next time in the next part. 2 more levels of the main story. 2 more levels, 2 more areas, and outside, and there. So that's technically 3 areas, but I consider it its own name. So the good news is there's actually going to be one make it here. By the way, after you do this thing, you do actually have to break this box out of the for a Quicksilver pad. Honestly, it feels like they wanted to use the Seer and collect, but trust me, when you know as a fact that you can't get anything here, and you're able to score multipliers, obviously, what is the point of a scene when you have the score multipliers and you know what all the collectibles are? Well, trust me. Like, for me, I know where every collectible is, but sometimes I forgot some of them. But I don't visually see it in my head where, okay, this is where the collectible is, this is where the collectible is. But then, because I played it before. And then when I do the level, I already know exactly which one it's a collectible, which one is not. So, okay, so let's move on from that little conversation. That obviously we're going to have to hit this wall. And then we have only just one more thing to do, and we're done with this scene. First scene out of 3. Good news is we're actually at the rest of them where it's... So we're only going to have 5 more scenes in total. And I just kind of realized, why did I even charge Thor's hammer when I could just use Black Widow? Look at me, yeah. Because her Age of Ultron version. Good news is we're not done with the fighting down, but so it's not. So after you break this thing, end of scene.
Is this a code green?
Honestly, so obviously, straight off at the beginning, sadly we cannot get any collectibles. What they do is, instead of forcing it right away for this, you just have to do... It's kind of funny to have Madam B. She's an unplayable character, and she's only playable for this one part, for the level, and it's kind of like... Good news is you only have to hit the targets when you do free play. This is actually where free play is going to end for us right here. When us do free play. But because we can't even do anything in this room as well. So we're just going to get here, do this. So other than that then, I'm more like, the good news is there's actually 40 free quests and like man, when us do it in characters, but most of them are not quests. But we in total already knocked 3 quests down. Actually 4 because we did got speed with cheat codes because it's cheat code run after all. Okay, now let's move on. So this is actually the important scene. You do not want to approach where Helmir is. Instead of approaching Helmir, we want to actually break the floor on our left. Should be our left over here. Not the left of him, but the left of us. Right here. There we go. So you don't have to come back to this part, so I mentioned before a second. Honestly, it's kind of funny that you can play as Helmir, but you cannot play as a physical player. I mean, you can play as him as a physical playable character in the game in Hub World. You just have to get him from the Hub World of Manhattan. And this ends the second scene.
The vibranium's getting away. And you're not going anywhere. Of course not. I'm already there. Good job. But first, you might need to hand Dr. Banner. Gosh, I could really use a lullaby.
That's not gonna happen. Not for a while. Look, see this down.
I'm coming through. That just means everybody. You're stronger than her. You're Bruce Banner. Alright, don't let you cutie Banner.
Okay, so what we want to do,
This district is not safe. Please vacate the area for your own safety.
this should be it.
This district is not safe.
This should be it.
Please vacate the
And one of our mini kits is right here. Okay, now we want to do is do the Hall Buster. Next part should give us the last mini kit by Warning Citizens. So we just have to progress the boss fight. And the good news is I don't have any more tap beating moments, but I shouldn't have a problem during when I do Force Awakens, because that's where I'm very concerned about. You know, it's like very funny is I had someone in the comments that said, this next new vendor and do the Hero 2. I am doing it, don't worry, it'll be after the next part. Or will be the next one will be Superheroes 2. Not this part, but after the next part. So what should happen is we shouldn't flip yet, but if we did, don't worry about it right now. We should still be fine.
This district is not safe. Please vacate the area for your own safety. This district is not safe.
We're gonna wait.
Please vacate the area for your own safety. This district is not safe. Please vacate the area.
That should be the last mini kit. That's the good news. That should be the last mini kit. Okay? So, we do not have to go back here. Obviously, we should only need to do this one more time, and then that's it. We just have to do one thing, and then we're done. So yeah, you do not want to forget that, because that's a waste of time if you got that. Okay, up next is South Africa we're doing. So now we want to do gas. And I love how that we're just missing terribly. It doesn't matter, just keep aiming gas at them and then you're fine. I love it how that it's a deployable satellite, and he knows that it's coming from a satellite, and he throws a rock up at it. And I don't even think you could even throw a rock at a satellite. Because what the problem being at it would be, it's gonna go to space, but that's just gonna float there. It's not gonna even move. But after that happens, and this is that level. I'm sorry. Gets in and it's like so we only have 3 more levels of the main story left to do. So what we're going to do is hurry up and do South Africa and then anger management, and then we're going to do here in the free play level, and that's probably all we're going to do. Yeah, Corey has respects. So with South Africa, obviously we got 1 character already because of G codes. So after that, we do actually have 10 breakable. That's going to be annoying. So out the bat, we could already do the flying race, but we're going to wait until we flip characters right now. So I think we're going to start with the flying race, so that way I can just get that out of the way. There is free marks of... oh, you do get 16 in the level. So 16 is the best one because that's the stealth one I mentioned. I didn't even think about I should have bought him before we did this part from earlier. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna have to break 10 metal statues. So that's why we're gonna go do it while we do this area. But first I'm doing the race. Kinda wish it was kind of faster, but sorry. Alright, so I like how we got the mini Quinjet already, but there's that. This means 12, there's 12 of them, but okay. So the first one should be over there, but before we do the race, we're gonna go ahead and do I think we need to do this. No. That was actually for a character. I forgot which one. We'll start here. Okay, Marvel. We do need this.
Also, I was really hoping to catch hope for one of those Hulk zombies I keep seeing online. I figured one with the ships in the background would be pretty hype, right? Okay, which of these booths do you think the fight happened in? Gosh, I don't get kid in a candy store. A candy box store!
Uh-oh. This would have been this one's full and full.
No way. Ultron robots? Seriously? Oh, so in.
Okay, before I help you over there, we're gonna stand for a minute. He shouldn't get electrocuted for too long. I think he might have electritis. There we go.
The world is safe, and the heroes have saved the day.
There we go, we saved you from electritis. I'll come back for the one of whatever crate. Over here, I think. You know what? I'll do it very quick. I forgot they do mark it on the map. Also, I'll do this puzzle very quick. Yeah, by the way, we should already also have the character for Barnes Farm, that being Cottonmouth. Cottonmouth is just a boss fight. So you got to skip one boss. One second. So... Also, I have to go do the boat. I'll do the race very quick after we're done. Because obviously, I will first do is get this done. The 1 of 5 shouldn't take me too long. We should be heading to the last location right now.
What do you want?
Okay, after you build these levers, also with Chorus Respects, we do actually have this should be where we need to stop. Not stop, but
I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. Hulk. Awesome! That's my new phone wallpaper right there. You know that whole Avengers fight on the road story sounded uncanny similar to this fanfic I wrote, where Captain America and Hawkeye were sailors? Well, okay, maybe they both just involved clothes in some way. Anyway, my mom's probably wondering where the heck I am. Gotta go!
so we'll just continue doing this, and then we're doing an R fight. One, well, his, and then we're gonna go.
Here for trade? I'll be telling you that I told the last one, and the last. I'm not trading with anyone until someone clears those monsters from the beach. Do I need to spell it out? I'm talking about the terror of the high seas, Neptune's nemesis, the cuttlefish, K-U-T-T-E-L fish. Get rid of them all. Cuttlefish! Get him away! Get him away from me! Make it go away faster! I think listen, I no longer here for quote-unquote now, so first order of business is to pay you for your extermination. Here, take it.
Before I do any of those, let's get over here and do the race I was supposed to do. So yeah, I think it was, I forgot what character it was, but it involved me in that booth. And that's all it is. But alright. I did say before, that was my major problem with, Avengers was, I really liked Avengers, but the problem was, yeah. Yeah, they need to literally make it so that you didn't need to do races here. So there should be a gold brick right here. There's actually two things here. One is Gobrek and a character. This should be the Gobrek or character. Character. So, the Gobrek here, I'm gonna flip speed to be, at least the flying version of Captain America to make this easier. What we need to do is you need to actually... You could start with the very far end if you're going to fly around. That's gonna be our, we are gonna just need to, so I assume they want to use the Hawkeye for this one, but, so obviously, free play shouldn't take us too long, and then the one after that shouldn't take us too long either. So we should have a dance floor one to do with the character right next to me, and then the other.
This is where you scuttle off to.
So I'm gonna first finish up the statues.
Man, how could I have been so careless?
The good news is that one we're gonna be fighting. You know what? Yeah, let me get this Goldbrick out of the way. And then we'll find the last statue very quick. I think it's on one of the beach edges. And then we'll start by doing the other. So we do need Captain America for this one. But so what we can do, very funny is I think they block the door and return it back on if you get caught, but honestly you could make a custom character that does both that. One thing I like about this game is that that doesn't have a problem with that. Where but it's still, I really didn't find myself using a custom character for this because there's really like no point. But there's the last one. I know it's a gold rack. I think. No. Alright, to start off, we're gonna start with the otter. It's just us gathering people and that's it. For fire.
Perhaps you may be used when that failure opened the path between our worlds. Many of our Chitauri warriors were slain on the streets of your New York City, I believe it was called. They were the lucky ones, for there were others.
I will go ahead and do. Like, funny enough, I think I was thinking that there was going to be like more to this. Before I turn them in, I need to read that. Okay. I was reading something else back on this off of Odyssey. So okay, so this is this quest then.
Now, I will return you to Thanos, who will unleash a punishment beyond your imagine. Do you hear that? Some sort of music. An ice cream truck. Very well. First, we shall procure ice cream. Then, we shall return to Thanos for a punishment beyond imagine.
How could I have been so careless?
So 2 more quests here, and then 1 collectible we have to do.
Watch out for those traitors lurking about the roads. A group of them got the jump on me and took off with my amulets and power. I can't believe I was that
Excuse me.
careless. And now they're probably gonna swap over some magic beams or something. Well, not on my watch. Or I guess that should be not on your watch. I mean, you are gonna help me, right?
Depends. Okay, you're not following me, so yeah, no, you're not gonna go. Fine, I will do it. So yeah, then we have the dance floor one. There should only be 1 more dance floor one we can do. Need to do. And then obviously I'm gonna do Chorus Respects.
You want the amulets? The guys who stole them, I got back. You got my amulets back. You have no idea how grateful I am. I mean, those things didn't exactly come out of the cereal box, you know? And now that I've got the source of my powers back, I can go wail on these traitor creeps and more. May I have this dance? I was starting to feel a little rusty with the reflexes at first, so I thought I'd do a little training. Dancing always has been some light, too much of one stone. I always find it a little better to start without.
Yes. So yeah, it's like where we're at so far. Oops, I forgot to pay attention. Hold on. No.
Not quite.
I was thinking, I was thinking the right way.
See if you can copy this. Not bad. Let's see how you handle this one.
So yeah. The remote I'm playing with, I did actually have a problem with. But, there should be,
I can see you've done this before, but I won't go easy on you anymore.
you don't need to me. I meant, there's still like 1 more in the hub world, I believe. If not,
Not bad. Your reflexes may not quite match up to my own, but you clearly know how to bust a move.
Okay, so finally for this one, we're gonna have to press 4 buttons. So, good news is, this should go really quick, comparing to not. And this is very fine. This is Grandmaster, how you get Grandmaster. Very funny enough, not the beginning of the game, but after the first level of the game, Grandmaster will be our first character in the hub world. We're going to get to 100% the hub world. So yeah, this is it. Right here. Now we finish South Africa. Our next location is going to be Barnes Farm after we get to the main story. So alright, we're going to space to do, of course, anger management, and then we're going to hurry up and continue the story to do Chorus Respects. Chorus Respects is going to be... There's going to be one mini-cat at the first scene, and that's the only one we need to get. Then the rest is that. See, obvious. I did it all. So one character stand and the free mini-cats, and then... So all the collectibles here. So we're going to at least start with the red brick. Obviously, and then I'm going to continue the main story after I get the red brick out of the way. We're going to get up there too. I'm first actually going to get him to move. But first, he should be here. We'll talk to him first. So, the thing is on our right over here, but we're going to cause him to move. We're going to first cause him to move, so I can continue. And now we'll finish up the collector. It's very funny, it doesn't matter if it's Force Hammer or not. If you use an art character that has Force Hammer, you'll be fine. Literally, it's kind of fine that they only use Force Hammer for the one thing and that's it. So here should be the Vibranium right here. So we'll do that and then we'll do that mini kit up in the corner. The only reason we're going to have to continue the scene is just for one collectible and that's it. So yeah. Let me get up there a second. Alright, so that's that done. You can always re-grab it. It won't do much. We have to get up there where Scarlet is. But we can at least get up here and get the first collectible. Of course, with any Telenet character. There, that's it. Alright, we're going to have to cause the elevator to move for two reasons. One, well, actually only one reason. There's actually a mini-cat behind it, obviously. And by the way, it's kind of funny that there's an elevator in this cruise ship, even though there shouldn't be an not cruise ship boat, but there should be an elevator in this boat. Because figuratively, it's not one of those boats that were created at the time. Modern day came around. So there should be no elevator, unless this is supposed to be like, I don't know, a cruise ship. So yeah, that should be a minikit. So we're actually going to hurry up and toss the hammer right here. And then, hit them, and then we're going to go get to the last location we need to. Obviously, he's not going to move from his position. Like, yeah, I'm not going to move from my position. I'm going to stay here and do nothing. And by the way, next time you do get your Quicksilver, so technically if you want to wait into free play from there, you can. Okay, so you want to get back up to where the name was. Break it. And by the way, this part is actually out of bounds, so they're not going to let you be up here. There you go. So the last of the minikits should be next part. But we're only going to move to the next part because we had one reason. But we have to wait until we get the last collectible. Trust me, collectibles are not very long. The next area of collectibles, there should only be 2 collectibles. In that, and then when you get to the flashback part, it should be a character, a minikit, and Stan. So next part should, the first area should only have 2. So this should happen, and he's gonna be like, "Yeah, I'm gonna be taking a stance on this bridge. Like, no one's gonna be able to go near me." And then, of course, obviously this. We'll actually be doing the... not the flexion part, we'll just be lasering it. All we have to do is just get in here. And we do actually need a Hydra character. So if you do that, we'll just open the safe and we'll just give you money. But if you do it again, with our Hydra, there we go. This should be all the collectibles here. Instead of me deflecting, sorry for that. But okay, so what's going to be different is you just have to hit the target to progress next scene. But we're going to have a couple things. First off, this is going to be finally this electric panel here. You need to shock this. It'll open this room up. We're going to be going over here. There's actually 2 parts of this room. We're going to finish up in this room in a minute. We're going to start with this room. Then you should be locked in here. But that's alright, because there's only one thing we have to do in here. It's this pot. Break it like that, and then freeze. I think. Hold on. It should have been something else. There was like no other minikit. Unless this room is pointless. I think this room might have been pointless, but... Okay, yeah, you know what? This room was pointless. My apologies. It's been a minute. Okay. So the only thing you have to do is actually in this corner right here. Yep, right here. It's just teleport. Actually shows Stan playing the piano here, but so yeah, this should be our first mini-cat. The scene. Now we can move on. Well, not first mini-cat, but free play. So what you need to do is make sure you do not go in the middle and press B, or else you have to redo the first part of that. We should have a different. So, our collectibles should be here. Here's our first one. Our next one should be right here with Stan. Save Stan very quick. And then, no, that was one of the lines. So after you jump a little bit fast, you should get a mini cut. And then for the final one, you just need to pull this down. Alright, that was anger management. Obviously, it's not that long of a level. So I'm only going to be doing one more level, one more area, and free play. Then it's choreography facts. In this part, next part, we'll be doing the last two levels, two areas in Manhattan.
Hey guys, starting to get a little cold out, huh? I don't suppose you might have chopping some firewood for later. Couldn't hit the axes around here somewhere, so in case we can find them. Yeah, that door gets stuck once in a while. Not that I'm questioning Clint's skills as a builder or anything, but you might need to force it off.
We could just break the whole shed. I like how they want you to flip here. But well, we're gonna use the fast one. Anyways, bring up the scan and break metal, so we are forced to do this version. Of course, obviously, I know we're gonna have to do the devil dinosaur. Yeah, it's kind of funny when it's talking about Infinity War. If you watched Infinity War, that Hawkeye was in it, and then when it came to the sequel movie, of course, Endgame, and it was like you go back, jump to Hawkeye, and his family disappears because of Thanos snap.
Seems like you want the rear end. Don't trust the guy that approached that. Oh, no, fashion. But let's just say you haven't seen it.
Sorry. Well, Clint said you wouldn't mind. Our
It's kind of funny though when you do that as Captain America, you would be, I think, be able to pull both apart. kind of funny that I think it's just that they only had to fix the thing. They didn't even have to do this. After you do this, this should begin the next level. Chorus respects. So I'll be right back.
World-renowned geneticist Cho's research into cellular regeneration is second to none. Her latest creation, located in the Region Genetics Lab, is known as the Cradle, which is apparently capable of synthesizing and repairing damaged human tissue. By the way, the image that you're seeing is a Region Genetics shot of the Cradle. They kind of look a little different. Ultron got his hands on the Cradle, and there's no telling what he might be planning to do with it.
Artificial intelligence. You never even hesitated. You're the director of me. I'm not the director of anybody. Just an old man who cares very much about you.
Cellular cohesion will take a few hours, but we can initiate the consciousness stream. Or a plug in your cerebral matrix. I can look at him. He's dreaming. Rogers, do you read me? Romanov should be tailing you with your shield. Continue to engage Ultron. And Cap, try to avoid explosions. That gem could level the city. Romanov, Cap is gonna need that shield. Stay in pursuit.
You know what's in that cradle? The power of the real truth. Terrifies you.
That's the only mini K here. Okay, let me fix that. A minute for you guys. I didn't realize it corrupted. Hold it. There we go. This should be alright. So what you need to do for this part is you just have to punch. And then Ultron should come and then I didn't meant to fall, but that's right. What should happen is more should show up, but it will be that instead of continuing fighting like this, we're gonna get back to the shield, and then we're just gonna be fighting Ultron and we're finishing the part off. We sadly cannot get the 1 of 5 in the next part, but we're gonna just rush through it because there's still collectibles we can get. And then for the final part, we have at least a couple collectibles. So now this should be the point where you do. It should allow me to flip.
I didn't realize I was still playing. This should end the level part after we fight him more. Imagine only there was one make it and the level's like impossible to complete. Like, oh yeah, sorry, you have to do this to do it, get the hard part. It was like, do I need a help bar one more time? Yeah.
But he's definitely unhappy. I'm gonna try and keep that way. Right above you, Cal. It's working. Get a job in Korea, they said. Safer than New York, they said. We gotta go. You have the package. Get it to Sark. Go. Civilians in our back. You saw this thing.
Guys, we've got a potential range of civilian casualties. Better get to the front of the train before it breaks on this thing.
So right off the bat, we are going to have to go do a little bit for this part to continue the story. Obviously, I mentioned there is no point of doing this story level, any of the 1 to 5, because the 1 to 5 are blocked at the other point. Honestly, it feels like the problem I had with this was stuff, so we should be able to continue as Scarlet for a minute. Until now, I believe. No. Yep. Kind of like how they introduce us to this stuff, and you probably already know what to do at this point for this. So, but if you didn't got a character, you would already get one, but you didn't need to get Loki after all. So I think it's very unnecessary. This should be basically. This is very short because yeah. My part is we should end up being in Manhattan. Here's where I got stuff to do off my. I'm recording this from after. I'm done. It's pretty frightening. It was snowy outside earlier. Snowing. There's some snow left.
Just need to take a minute.
Did you get it?
Started to get it.
What do you want?
You know what you're talking about, Stark's not crazy. We're not scientists. We're monsters, buddy. You want me to help you put Jarvis into this thing? No, of course not. Inside this thing.
Are you with the Maxwell twins? Well, in any case, I'd suggest finding a way to get airborne. Try to salvage some of the moving parts and see what you can build.
So straight off the bat, we cannot. There's only a couple collectibles we cannot do. Straight off the bat, we're gonna start by getting over to here. No, I meant we can't do that. We have to break from Preston. We have to just break over here. Somewhere, right? It's taking me a minute to remember. Like, I'm being a little stubborn for a minute. Yeah, I can get the break for a minute. Yeah, it's right there. And then an opportunity should open up. Honestly, this level is like one of those that I don't hate in general. Oh, by the way, we can Rexu stand on story in this level. And I think this is the only one you can Rexu him on story. And not in the Age of Ultron story, but well, being the last one. Obviously, we are probably continue building that thing in the middle. We're gonna get over here, open this up. A couple things was first all this stuff, but if you go in the far back corner, break this. This should be an our minikit. Obviously, the first minikit of this scene. Our next minikit is actually up here. We can act do this. However, the reason we had to get up here was to break this, so we can bring Cap up here. Me as X Scarlet, but we're going to bring Cam up here for a reason. And those windows should break. Okay, so now we can actually get up there. You hear me right? It's kind of funny, but we can get up there. After getting up here, there you go, that's that minikit. And that's actually the final minikit, but that's not our final collectible. The final collectible is actually right here. Oh wait, hold on, one more. Okay, I need Quicksilver for a minute. I forgot about this collectible. Okay, now we're done. Now we're done with collectibles that we can do on story. Barnes Farm shouldn't take too long. I did mention before. It's like how the other areas were. Like, they weren't long. Okay, now we should have everything. Oh yeah, right. Again, I almost forgot one make it. Again. Burn out the fire in here. There we go. Now this seems about right. Silly me. Don't forget about your mini kits. After getting all the pieces, you build this thing, you connect this thing at a level. I'm gonna have to talk with Creeper. Where's the next make it in the Hulk scene? Like, how to not break the thing, because that's gonna be next time now.
This framework is not compatible.
Genetic coding tells at 97%.
I'm gonna say this once. How about once? Shut it down. Nope, not gonna happen.
You were saying?
Sorry, listen. Alt. You helped create this? The Avengers cannot defeat Ultron. Power level.
I looked in your head and saw annihilation.
Look again. There may be no way to make you trust me, but we need to go. Well done. 3 minutes. Get what you need.
So it does look like that. I did want to point out that even though I have the mini kits, I mean red bricks, I still have to collect them in the level. So that's kind of good. Okay, so no matter the case, even though I have the red brick, I still have to collect it. Okay. So, before we do Corius Respects, we are doing Barnes Farm. And then Corius Respects, and now I'm going to stop there. Ooh, we actually got a good decent amount from cheat codes. That's good. So we'll see which ones we could skip and which ones we can't, don't need to skip. I think throughout we could do the Squirrel Girl and Devil Dinosaur. But I do need to get the pad. This one I can't do yet. Break. Alright, let me get to the pad. Wait, Butterball was a character? Yeah, Butterball was. So I can ignore Butterball, but if I have to go back to do one, it's here and going to be here only. Yeah, okay, I can ignore Butterball. I also can ignore the boss fight here. That was for Cotton. Whatever his name was. So, straight off the bat, we're gonna actually start with the Devil Dinosaur quest. Because we're gonna get 2 characters, not 1 here.
you have to make sure no one hurt Devil on the way, okay? Let's go.
Honestly,
This way. Who are you guys? Shield? No, you're not.
actually, I think you got them mistaken. They're not actually Shield. We at least could skip Butterall. We should only have a couple quests as this Gorilla Girl, whatever her name was, as Squirrel Girl, and that's about it. So not too much quests here, and then I'm going to stop it because I'm kind of getting tired. So not too much. Because trust me, I would have stayed up, got the 2 levels done, and just gone with, okay, next part we're going to be doing the last 2 areas Amy had in.
Right behind me, Devil. No, wait. That's not going to work.
We should be fine. So this should be the end right here. The class. I was expecting them to fight more, but
You should be safe here, Devil. Although, maybe you'd be safer with Shield. If those guys are anything to go by, if only there was island somewhere where you could run free with all dinosaurs. Anyway, thank you for helping us.
well, I actually can help with that. You just need to say your dinosaur at the next game. Okay, so one thing I did like they fixed was you did not actually have to worry about it at all. We're gonna go ahead and use our digging character. By the way, this is also the point you can get yourself a digging character. That's what you do. Also have to wait until like this point. I'm going to do the scope brick. So first of all, you have to set it up, and then that should be it. There we go. I meant the only problem I have. Crazy part is you can have crazy RNG with that. So yeah, you. So yeah, we're gonna start at this end and just finish up from this end. Okay, while I'm at it, I'll do this very quick. See, if we had that version of Iron Man, we could have dig and did both. We do need a dig to there. I kind of found it funny that you do that, even though it should leave a hole, so you should be fine. let's finish up and then.
Do you have time for a little emergency landscaping?
Also, we don't have to do Mantis. I totally forgot. I totally forgot how fast Barnes Farm is. I might be done a little bit quicker. I thought it was going to take me like a little bit longer. Yeah, there's a flying race, and then we should have a driving race over here. Running race, but we also have at least one more quest to do. After Squirrel Girl, that's Girl, and it's just closed. Then,
Sorry about the colorful thing. Only way the kids are gonna learn. Thanks for the help. Take this for the trouble. We acquired it from Fin Fang Foom during our last fight.
yeah, so we're almost done. So yeah, I was not expecting to get here. I was thinking, oh, okay, I'm gonna have to do this, and I realized, like, oh, you know what? I actually do have enough time. Cool. So yeah, we're gonna be having the next 2 levels in the next part to do. Then the rest of the hub world and that stuff and that, and then it's gonna be done with the game. Hopefully we don't have to come back here just to do Butterball's quest and go back to Selvria for a Bomb's quest. Because of the 100%, but
I can turn into a gorilla. This will really relax me. I came down here with the guys from the initiative for a nice swim in the lake, but I guess someone thought it'd be super hilarious to hide my clothes. Lucky for me, I can hide my modesty by, well, turning into a gorilla, obviously. But I'm not sure I'll fit in the car for the ride back to the base in this form, so I could kind of do with getting my clothes back.
good news is, if we were going to do Butterball's quest, because if we have to, it's actually pretty simple. You just have to do it is what was I trying to say? You simply just have to get just follow a cat twice and then you're done.
Those are my clothes, all right. Thanks a lot for finding them. Now, just give me a little privacy. Oh, before I forget, I found this in the lake. Take it as a thank you.
We're gonna do this puzzle as Radioactive Man. It's funny that Electro's not in this game because he's a Spider-Man villain. But if Electro was in this game, I would have seriously had funny. I mean, the problem is, it's like for Electro, you just need to use them to get through stuff. After you do that, and then you do it again, it should open up. So we actually have a couple here to do of stuff. First, we need our character right here. You do that, and instead of me just going ahead and going, oh, we're gonna play as, you don't have to do that. It's called Think Smart, man. If the game allows you to do it, you can do it. For this version, we got some work to do. First of all, we need that, and instead of using Loki, we're gonna use. This should be the last character, because in the next part I'll be buying the rest of the characters because we're gonna be at Shield Space and all that. Like, come on. If I go to the go break there, we should have. So to do. On the gold bricks, let's do that. That's gonna be partially outside, but we're first gonna work on the cobweb one and then finish that one. Because that one does take place outside. We'll be ending off with the race. Yeah, I was like trying to create like, hey, when I do this, I'm not gonna get Barnes Farm done. And I just to let you know, probably. Yeah, but looking at where we are now, Barnes Farm. So yeah, never mind, I'm getting it done. So, this is like probably the what's even this? Oh, I think I need to do this. Right? I might not need to. Yeah, I didn't need to. Right? No, I didn't. Okay. I mean, that's being like the problem I have. If it's like last thing we have to do, and then we're actually gonna. This is the last one that we should need to do. Okay, so now Mantis quest was just to go up to 4 people and then just oh hey, there's something, and then do that. Technically, we are going to be doing that in depending on if we have to. Okay. Now we're going to do Corio's Respect, and this is going to be all for this part. Next time we game with Ultron, I'm done. So Chorus Respect should not take us too long, obviously. 3 characters and main cats and 2 characters. So this, I mean, trust me, the final part is just very quick. So to begin off this level on free play, we're going to actually start by heading back. The reason I weigh down to 1 of 5, first of all, with Break the Metal, you're going to get yourself another version of Ultron. And, of course, you need to do this. First of all, to get a Maycat. But second of all, we have this. And then the one we're missing is a 1 of 5. And then you have another Maycat right here. Okay. By the way, our next one is actually a scanner one we have to do. But that requires us to continue the main story, so we're going to have to just continue the main story for a minute. To get the main story, we do have to just defeat them all. This should happen. We're at the scanner one. So before I do the scanner, do this. There we go. I didn't meant to activate that. What? Why are you doing that? Activate it and then you break it to get this character. Alright, moving on. Honestly, it feels like that this level is just kind of a big placeholder. It's like, come on. How much placeholders can we place? There's 4 or 5. And then finally, of course, we have to find one that's up ahead. Should be up ahead right here. And then this should be the minicat. So the next scene is going to have a unique amount of minicats we have to do. Obviously, we are doing this because there's no point of us leaving just to re-enter. But we're at the very end. So before I start the thing on the left, so we'll get the thing. We're going to first start with the collector. The collector should be right over here on the left. Right here. Okay, now I see you feeling. I wonder what could the collector want with such a place? Fish, not just any fish. This fishes bring out across the galaxy as one of the most foul-smelling creatures within our resistance. Sniff out this fish for me, and I shall fresh the deal with an extraordinary reward. Okay, there you go, guys. So I'm not going to have to re-talk to him. So first of all, we do need to get this. This is part 1. You have to down jump up on it, dig it, and then. So I have the with the minicats. Hopefully it doesn't glitch out. Here we go, yeah. obviously, we already have the red brick for this level. So, for the final two minicats, we first have to break the wall for this minicat. Just to teleport. There we go. Now, our next minicat is... We just need to bounce on this for a minute. Now, we do need 4 for this one. I kind of like how we're having different enemies here, even though we shouldn't need to. So it's going to unlock us this vehicle that's going to need fixing for a minute. So we'll fix it. It's supposed to be like a tuk-tuk or something like that. I don't know how to say it, or just a... Alright, so once you build this vehicle, then you wonder what do we have to do with it? These lids. It doesn't matter what lid is your last lid. That's kind of funny. Okay, I guess that's ordered. That's kind of weird. How they make the last one always that one. No, they shouldn't. After you do all 3, the last one is of course this. Alright, that's it. So, wait, hold on. Oops, I forgot the character, right? I was about to leave without the character. For the character is... Should be right here, yeah. Kara's actually right here. I totally forgot about the character. Like, I was about to leave with the character, and it's like, get out here, all of you. Okay, thank you. That should be the Mandarin, if I remember correctly. If not, well, oh well. Okay, so now for real. This is all for this time. In the next part, you're gonna see it in the day. I'm gonna be doing it in the day and all that, finishing it. So, in the next part, we're gonna cover the rest of the game. So other than that, then hopefully you'll rest of the day or whatever time you're watching this, alright? And enjoy. By the way, I'm very worried. Yeah, no, they gave us both. Okay. So. See you on the next part. Heart, peace.